Alright, how's it going, guys? We are back for more testing tonight. And at least at the moment, it is just me. I'm not sure if Trends is making it tonight. He is working on the refactor for structures and stuff. So let me get some music up here. There we go. I'm gonna get a bit more work done on getting stuff for lithium, and then we're gonna go back and start getting these batteries done and work on getting change over to LV for our other machines. And we should be able to make blue steel and red steel now properly. So there's bismuth, sterling silver. That didn't work. That's still different. Yeah, that didn't fix it. Actually lost the recipe in... Oh, no, we didn't. There it is. Sterling silver, bismuth bronze, and this takes sterling silver, bismuth bronze. So they're the same there. And I think that's actually right. It's just the mixing recipe is still off. Because that should be red steel. So let me go tell him. Okay. How's Zycor? Hey, Trends is joining us today.
Hello, motherfucker.
Let me go jump in voice. I ain't got much left on this pickaxe. Oh, well, we got over a stack of lepidolite. That's good. Alright, I'm gonna leave it there. Let's get headed back. Yeah, that's kind of normal for me to be muted in Discord. I always end up getting them backwards between stream and Discord.
Okay.
So if you need to work on your thing, you didn't have to join. I can muster through the work today. But if you're needing a break from it, I'm glad to have the help.
I mean, yeah, I do kind of need a break. It's okay. Good.
I am going the right way, right? Yeah. I need to go there. Better not turn it into a damn thunderstorm. I'm out here in the middle of the damn ocean in the rain. Struck by lightning, I'm not going to be happy.
Sleep.
Yeah, once I get back home. Hey, Chairman.
Oh, Pally, there's a fridge in the washer box.
Okay. Good, I need to get that set up so I can work on this processing. That is a lot of drones. And one of them has a damn trident. That's a damn ocean monument. Stay the hell away from that. How the hell do you have a beehive under the sea?
No idea.
You got any cables?
Probably no.
What the hell are you two dogs doing in the factory? Come on, outside. I understand there's a fucking cat out here, but you still need to be outside. You want to go to sleep so we can get rid of this rain?
Yeah.
Okay, now the electrolyte is giving us our lithium at that level. If we macerate it, which is going to have to be at HV unless he's changing that, which I have no fucking idea, then we have no reason to go any further until we have an MB electrolyzer to get more lithium. So that's just going to get purified and stay just like that. Spodumene, that needs to go through ore washing, hammering, and then centrifuge. We are dropping on Steam down here pretty bad. You want to go ahead and make another 1 or 2 steam boilers, steel ones. Night, Chairman. Yep, she just turned off on us.
You think we should definitely try to get a lava pot?
Problem is we don't have lava anywhere really easy to get to.
How many boilers do you want?
Make at least 2 for right. Make 2 for right now. Might need to upgrade these pipes to steel soon. Let's go ahead and see if this will do the trick for the moment. Actually, let me go ahead and make at least that one steel. The hell are you manually washing?
That's making some magnetic iron rods and wires.
I don't want to do this.
Turn around the power every so often it doesn't.
Okay, you need to turn that machine off. Let power build back up for a minute. Can you make me a couple sets of water pipes?
Sure. Do you have the soft hammer?
No, I don't know where the fuck it's at. I was looking for it myself.
I'm not sure either. I can't find it.
I knew you threw it at me to show me you made the rubber one.
Oh, that was
Okay.
in the washer chest.
Hi. And I'll fix this later when we don't have all the boilers up and running. Next time we come on here. That should get us up and going a little bit better. Probably in bed. Alright, turn the oil washer on. Yes, but not tonight. Girl's got to get her beauty rest, you know. Okay, so it's one of each of these with 2 steel and 4 black steel. I've got 17 black steel, so we can do 16 of those. So that would be 4 rows and 4 brass and 8 steel. I need to get that macerated. I don't know what the hell you did to your move, motherfucker. Everything else works. You fucking broke it. Is it a little off again tonight? Alright, I'll fix it. Is that better? Hmm. Say that again.
What machine should I go for next?
Start working on the alloy smelter, regular furnace, and then hopefully we can get the diamonds sifted and you can start on the sifter or the macerator. Shouldn't be able to hear it at all.
I got a diamond you can use. Basically,
Oh, well, if you got a diamond you can use, go ahead and start on the macerator. When I'm not talking, you shouldn't be able to hear anything at all. I'm amazed you're hearing anything when I'm talking.
like the way you die, boy.
See, that one works fine. I'm not sure we need to be taking it, sounding gay advice from a guy that came in here imitating a Russian tranny trying to hit on my ass. But I guess, you know, you would know what gay is, since, you know. Apparently you find it funny to imitate one. I don't know, it's Zycord. Do you really expect a regular answer? Remember the source here. I expect him to not be kicked in the head. Yeah, well. Again, we're talking Zycore here. Remember, we only have 1 amp. That ore washer's running. Don't run the lathe and the wire mill at the same time.
Hey, you know how I made, remember how I made those 60 rods?
Mm-hmm.
Look, we almost used them all.
Hmm. I disagree with you slightly, XAR. Boy at the time was not a derogatory term towards black males. Boy was a submissive term towards anybody you didn't deem as being your equal. Because in the South, especially around that time, you would also hear them say, "Boy, go get me this," talking to their own sons or to children. It was anybody that was lower than themselves. It was not inherently racist or derogatory in nature. It was just used to mean somebody that was your, for lack of better terms, lesser than you. Whether it be in education or status, age, whatever the case may be. It may have been used, not really, because you wouldn't, and I might be misunderstanding the word derogatory, but to me, using something in a derogatory manner means that you're trying to speak down to them in a negative way, and you wouldn't be speaking down to your own children in a negative way. So again, I disagree with you slightly.
Honestly, I think maybe it comes down to just kind of not probably nice, I guess. I don't know. Just change their name. Not need to call them boy. Kind of just disrespectful, I guess. I don't know.
I see. I'm from a Southern family. I completely don't see it that way. I was called boy by my father plenty of times, and I never took it as being disrespectful. And I say it to Junior all the fucking time. Even now, when he's basically taking care of my fucking ass, I'm in no way meaning it in a negative way. He's just my son. He is younger than me. So, at times, it gets said. It is not meant to be in any ways hurtful or demeaning to the person you're saying it to. Or, like you said, disrespectful. I have a ton of respect for my son and would not say something disrespectful to him. And, well, I wouldn't say anything disrespectful to him and mean it as disrespectful. I may have said the other night that I was the man that fucked your mother, but I meant that as, you know, I'm your father. I don't think Tamra took it that way. She didn't find it quite as funny as I did. What? Him and I and Tamra were playing 7 Days to Die. And I told him that he needed to do something. I think it was eat or heal or something. And he spouts out, "Who do you think you are, my mother?" And I said, "No, I'm the man that fucked your mother. Now do what I told you." I found it funny. Tamra, on the other hand, was about knocked on her ass. Could not believe I said such a thing.
Anyways, you know how the battery buffer is only supposed to output like as many amps as it has batteries?
Mm-hmm.
Turns out the code doesn't have 4 slots and batteries.
Well, that, I don't know how the hell that can be true, because that battery had plenty of power. And we've got 8 amp cables here. And that's a 8 amp buffer, and we could not run the wire mill, the plate bender, and the ore washer without the ore washer losing power, because the other two were taking it. So I don't know how the hell that's possible.
I don't know, just double check.
It sounds like a B-U-G.
Never mind. I'm done. I'm just reading the code.
Okay. And for anybody that cares, do not expect to see Crazy around for a little while, which probably means we are going to be doing very little to no core keepers for a while. I'm not going over why in the stream. You can check Discord if you want to know. But she's not going to be here for a bit, probably. Oh no, most definitely not. I actually wish that was the case, to be honest. Hey, get your shit out of my alloy furnace. Let's just say that she needs some very important family time right now. And that is way more important than dealing with this bullshit. You don't know how bad this hurts me right now, Trends. Sitting here holding aluminum dust in my hand, and it didn't take me 16 months to make it. You're killing me.
Just because you're used to GT6?
Oh my god, the bullshit we have to go through in GT6 for fucking aluminum. Did you see the stream where it's only 18 steps? Yeah, exactly. Did you see the stream where we basically emulated that over into Mechanism and Junior had to set it up? I thought he was going to rip his fucking hair out trying to work around all that bullshit. Alright, I'm going to turn this fan down so there'll be a little less noise on your guys' end and do an old man break. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back and should sound less horrible now. And I thought about something while I was gone. It would have been nothing out of the ordinary for somebody to have, say, collapsed on the street.
Yeah,
and this
more steel because we ran out. Decent there.
And they didn't hear a fucking thing I just said because I was muted. Motherfucker. I'll get this button fixed tonight, right? At some point. Okay, for the entire fucking rant, y'all didn't get to hear the Trins just got to hear. He gets to hear twice. Let's see if I can get it out a little bit quicker. At that time, you would use boy to mean if you've seen a man fall down on the street, possible heart attack, whatever, and there was a young man not far away, you would say to him, boy, go fetch me a doctor. In no way are you meaning to that you're superior to that young man, or that you mean to cause any disrespect to that young man. Obviously, you want his help. It's just a term that was used at that time, and not just in the South. You could have heard that anywhere around the country at that time. People nowadays just tend to look for things to be offended about, especially anything that has to do with that time. Anything you can write off to, oh, well, they're just fucking racist, is cliche at this time. It's the go-to. And no, boy is not meant inherently to be racist, negative, demeaning, any of that bullshit. you have to actually look at the context of why they're saying it, who they're saying it to, and, well, who's saying it and who they're saying it to. If you're talking about a slave, a guy talking to his slave, then yes, he probably is meaning it in a more derogatory tone. But if you can read tone, then, well, it's the tone that matters, not the word that matters. Which has pretty much been my sentiment all along on this kind of matter, is people need to be able to hear the tone and know who it is that's saying it to them, more than just what the words are that's coming out of their fucking mouth. Words are not inherently racist or inherently sexist or whatever. It's the feeling that is put behind those words by the person that is speaking those words that matters. If I was to tell Trins right now, hey, suck my fucking dick, do I mean that in a literal sense? Absolutely not. Do I mean to say that he's gay? No. Does it mean in any way, shape, or form that I expect him to do such a thing? Absolutely not. So stop being offended by meaningless shit. Or trying to put feelings on shit that don't need to be there. It means the bear's a little gay. No, it most definitely does not mean bear is a little gay. You want to make up some more drums if you got time? While you're waiting on steel to get done? It seems we are full the fuck up again on creosote. Lesser. Well, we have to get the big bronze boiler before we can start burning that shit.
Oh.
Unless you have some weird plan to add something like GTCEU did, where they added a liquid boiler, which I am completely against. I would not be against adding the GT4, well, GT2 through GT4 semi-fluid boiler, semi-fluid generator. But in GT5, that was not a thing. You had to put it into the large boiler to burn it off. It should definitely not be in a diesel generator. It's not fuel. That's not that kind of fuel. Alright, we now have a second battery. It can hold 100,000 instead of 50,000. You want to hit the macerator there?
No.
Now that I put that other battery in there, we're filling it up so the macerator can't run at the moment. It's not getting enough steam, it's just wasting little by little.
Okay.
When you get this structure refactoring done that you're working on, what's the chances of you being able to and being willing to add some multi-block tanks? Like the ones Greg has in GT6. I don't think you need quite as many different ones, but just
It might, though it's not going to be like super dynamic or anything like that. It'll just probably should be like a static shape or something.
yeah, like GT6s. GT6 is just literally a 3x3 box that doesn't even look different when you build it. It's just
Okay, yeah. That's
it's
crazy.
25 walls, one valve. The valve is the output. The valve holds the data for the tank. The valve is the output. You can input from anywhere, output through that valve, and it forms once you place all the blocks. Now, granted, he has 4 different versions with probably 12 different materials, and I don't think you need to go that crazy. He has a 3x3, a 3x3 dense, a 5x5, and a 5x5 dense. I would say you could probably get away with just the 3x3 and the 5x5, because the nice thing about these is that, well, I'm seriously doubting, since you're not going to be taking in acids into account, that you're probably not also going to deal with gravity and the way fluids flow through due to density. So all the tanks would output to the bottom. In GT6, if the fluid that is inside of it, if the fluid that's inside of it is lighter than air, the valve actually needs to be on the top, or for any fluid you can put the valve on the side because fluids can flow laterally. But if it's lesser than air and you put the valve on the bottom, you're fucked because the fluid can't flow that way. But I'm seriously doubting that you want to deal with all that crap.
Not for structures, that makes nothing more complicated to do.
So you wouldn't need as many different materials either if you're not dealing with things being acid proof and shit like that. Because he had to have ones that are acid proof like stainless steel. You could get away with having, like, say, bronze or Invar be the... Well, you basically do exactly what you did for drums, just make the same version. So if you're going to have a bronze drum, you can also have a bronze tank. And just make it relative to the size of those for the size of the tank. But that would help out a lot for being able to store creosote and shit. It'll come in handy once you get a reactor for being able to hold the coolant, whatever that may be. Things like that. Once you get to oil processing, it'll be really important because you're going to have to, you know, buffer in. You're going to want to buffer your oil. You're going to want to have buffers for your fuels and stuff like that. You're not going to want to run straight from your distillation, cracking straight into what's making fuel. You're going to want some kind of tank to buffer that shit.
Here, drums.
Thank you. And since I just made up a bunch of iron, you want to make us another 2 hoppers so we can automate this other coke oven a bit. Right now we only have 1 automated. When you get this refactoring done, and we need to break some of that shit out there for it, we need to put the coke ovens together so we can automate them together instead of separately. Hey, Silverleaf. How you doing tonight, man? Yeah, I've been dealing with a bit of them myself here lately. What you got me? Presents. I like presents. Okay, so for at this point, you have input and output buttons. That's gonna automatically input, correct? If I have it on input, it'll be able to pull from that chest.
You can just really grab the buttons, but it doesn't matter thing.
So it's not gonna pull. I'd have to have a conveyor to pull.
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know. Alright, so we're gonna put this up here.
It was actually recommended GTi manufacturers that will have it, so that'll include these buttons changing to the GT5U version instead of the weird whatever they are.
Thank you.
Weird having a button to show buttons.
Mmm. You're singing to the choir, motherfucker. You're singing to the choir. I always found that weird when you had it that way in GT4R. That just felt weird. Oh, watch getting sucked into that, dude. That'll consume your ass, man. I swear that pack is like crack. It is highly addictive. Somebody outside has a fucking jukebox. I heard that noise and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Fucking shut up. Did you get anything?
Nope.
Me either.
Isn't it nice when they don't drop what they have on them?
Yeah. I don't even recognize that song from the records.
I think it might be a new one.
Oh, they added new ones?
Yeah, I think. I know one
Alright.
of them that add was another song. Big Step.
Oh, I had no idea they added one. Go ahead and turn that macerator on so we can go ahead and pull that out of there. Oh, fuck. Can you make the hopper harvestable with the wrench, please?
Yeah.
Something I'm used to and not able to do it. Chest should pop off as well, but that's less of a important thing. Steel. And get black steel done. Since the rose gold, the steel, the black steel. Where is my fucking brass? Brass got done already. Okay. Good, good, good. So once that gets done, I can start on cooking that shit. And now that we're going to be making... well, maybe not. I was going to say you might want to make one more blast furnace since we're going to be making steel and these upgraded steels. But we're really close to starting on the EBF. We're okay. We'll be doing the EBF. Well, we might actually start on getting stuff tomorrow if you get that frame stuff done. The important thing is that we get the assembler made. We need to get
complicated.
Why is the assembler going to be complicated?
You need a bunch of motors and robot arms, bears.
Oh, yeah. Crafting it, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. That it most definitely will. And get used to it, because we're going to need a ton of them. Don't start hating on them now.
Yeah. Oh, they're gonna really like something.
Alright. Even though somebody still needs to add the fucking way of us turning these nuggets in the alloy furnace into ingots, which he still hasn't done. We should pretty much be done with that shit now. since we have a centrifuge. I'm going to go ahead and take all of the nuggets that we currently have and turn them into ingots the best I can. And then I'm going to macerate all the, well, I'm going to see if you added a recipe to macerate the fucking nuggets. That way we can just have everything as tiny dust. So, silver nuggets, we cannot macerate. Iron nuggets, we cannot macerate. Well, until he fixes that, we ain't doing that. And it literally makes those useless until we can break them down. These.
By the way, we're having wondering, small tires with use for anything other than just recycling?
Is there use for what other than recycling?
Dark smelter. Other than recycling or iron.
Hold on a minute. Hold on, I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, I think. Let me pause the music. Walk my ass away from these machines. I swear you just said the dark smelter.
I think the arc smelter.
Oh, the arc furnace.
Arc furnace.
That's where you're fucking with me. It's an arc furnace, damn it. Arc furnace can recycle things. It can turn iron into wrought iron without having to go the nugget route. It should be, let me look in here and see, but it should be that you can make regular steel in a blast furnace with wrought iron. Yeah, if you look at wrought iron is only 100 ticks for a total of 12,000 EU to go to steel, where straight iron is 500 ticks at 60,000 EU. So you should be able to arc furnace your iron straight into wrought iron, but at a cost of oxygen, which is only 16,000 ticks. So by using the arc furnace first, you're saving yourself a ton of time and a ton of electricity in making steel.
Okay.
And it's also one of the best ways of recycling stuff until you actually get a what the hell is it called? The uncrafting machine. Disassembler. Thank you. Yes, the disassembler. Until you get it, it's the best way of recycling stuff because it has 4 slots in it, and therefore you can give back up to 4 items, where with the macerator, to get that many slots, you would have to be in GT5 up to like EV, and I think that only had 3. So, like, the solar boiler, it has silver and bronze in it. If we threw that in a macerator right now, you would only be able to give the primary, which is bronze. You'd lose your silver. But you could throw it in an arc furnace, and it would give you the silver and the bronze. Something like the compressor that has pistons in it would give you the iron back. You would get ash for the wood, and then the bronze as well. So that would be 3 slots. That's how it worked. Alright, so we've got all 3 of those batteries good to go. Got more lithium here, so I can make another battery. We're going to need at least 4 of these bitches. So, basic answer to your question, yes. And I don't know how you feel on this matter and if you've thought about it at all, but I was talking about the roaster the other day and how GT5U decided to ham-fist it into the blast furnace, which I completely disagree with. And Greg made a roaster. They had it to where basically your muffler for the electric blast furnace would output the sulfur dioxide, and you could capture it from there. Or because they had the actual pollution shit, it would just create pollution. And I disagreed with the whole using a blast furnace as a roaster, because you actually need to cook the things in a oxygen environment, not just in a thing injecting oxygen. A blast furnace injects oxygen into the actual molten metal to then get it to chemically react with the iron and pull some of the carbon off of it, creating CO2. That's where your pollution, well, CO and CO2, depending on the carbon content. Where a roaster is literally roasting it, cooking it inside an oxygen-rich environment. So it's like a chamber filled with oxygen, not an injection of oxygen. And then it pulls the sulfur dioxide off, not only as a waste product, but as a primary product, because that is a way of getting sulfur dioxide to make sulfuric acid. You don't want to waste that sulfur dioxide because it's needed for making sulfuric acid, which is needed for lots of things. Which,
Yeah,
that's an... Go ahead.
Yeah, I might do roasters.
Now,
nice expand their multi-blocks.
Now, GTC EU, when I did the video explaining to them the differences between GT5 and GT6 and this kind of thing, they decided, rather than adding the roaster that I added in BDE, which was just a furnace that took oxygen and gave out sulfur dioxide, for the most part, it was just a single block machine like what Greg had in has in GT6. They decided, well, that's close enough to an arc furnace, and decided to just ham-fist it. Decided they were planning to ham-fist it into the arc furnace rather than adding a separate block or multi-block. I don't know that it needs to be a multi-block, but in this case, for realism's sake, I feel it should be its own separate block. If you want to do a multi-block roaster, I'm not against it. It would actually be nice for bulk processing of things, because trying to do it in GT6 without upgrading to a really expensive single block one is a pain in the ass. Now, the only thing that I have to say is I would seriously suggest rethinking the sulfur battery that Greg has in GT5. I like a way of breaking down sulfur dioxide and or sulfuric acid to get the sulfur out of it. But being able to use that in a single-use battery where you're literally just turning sulfuric acid into electricity, kind of bad. Especially if you're going to make all of those sulfides give you sulfur dioxide directly rather than electrolyzing them, where you have to then turn that sulfur into sulfuric acid first. You want to turn the sifter... How the hell are... Oh, these must have ran out. Okay. And I put in that other battery. Okay. That makes sense. I'll just pull this out. Don't use any of the bronze machines right now unless you absolutely have to.
And
if you need to use one, we can always pull that latest battery I put in out, so it'll stop feeding it at the moment. Those two can come out. Macerator's been changed over. I'm going to move these out there so we can put the steels all in here. But I'll change that over later. I think I want to change this though, because we literally have steel pipes running all the way down here, and we have bronze right here. So give me these two. I'm gonna put these in here. So we got steel going through there. And then for right now, we'll just put these two steel here.
I need more rubber.
Okay. Do I need to... Looks like I might actually need to make more sulfur. I might need to make a run down and get us more sulfur. I think we ran through, as far as I can tell, all the sulfur I collected the other day. Good thing is we can now get sulfur from our pyrite and our chalcopyrite when we process it as well. Oh, shit. You're an idiot. That's the wrong box. Okay, you got a little bit in there, but pull that battery if you use it to make the plates. Which is another thing I need to look at. Did you put plastics and rubber into the LV extruder? Can we make rubber plates, rubber sheets in an LV extruder? Rubber plate, extruder, LV, yes. Okay, empty ship. That's a fucking problem. You can't do that. You could not press an empty shape plate and a shape plate to get the same shape plate. Who the fuck thought that was a good idea?
I don't know who wrote those recipes.
Okay.
I forgot I never actually finished the shapes. Only did what was necessary for percussion.
Okay. Well, as soon as you get the time, you need to take a look at these. They should use a wire cutter instead of a hammer in crafting to make the extruder shapes, and we can actually get our rubber 1-to-1 into sheets with an LV extruder.
Okay.
So we can make one of those once you get that fixed. I don't know if that's something you want to take the time to redo now, or we can just, you know, eat it for right now and deal with it until you get your refactor stuff done. It's not like getting sulfur is a difficult thing, and not like getting rubber is a difficult thing. We can deal with it if we need to. If it was something else, by all means, I would probably complain, but for this,
Yeah, it's probably, we have tons and tons of resin.
yeah. And I can just go in the nether and find sulfur pretty fucking quick. So, not an issue. Okay, where is that sulfur vein? Choco, nickel, chucker, sulfur. On. It is down that way. Ew, yeah, I forgot about that part. It is across this. Loveliness. Technically, I think it's under this. Loveliness. So let's actually do... Yeah, that's gonna go right down into there. I don't want to drop in that fucking hole again. I've had enough of dropping in that damn hole. Yeah, that's all fucking lava. Yeah, we're completely over top of lava here. Yeah, that's right. We came all the way over here to get down to bedrock. Yeah. Fuckity. Oh, also, you were asking earlier about the lava boiler. You need to get us a pump. I don't think there's one in here.
No, there isn't.
Yeah.
I see too.
Now, whether you want to make a block pump, which, you know, would be something that existed in GT5, where it actually takes electricity, or if you want to be fucking lazy and make a pump item on a drain work for in-world shit, I don't give a crap. As long as it's slow as shit to do it, I would not be against it, though I guarantee you lots of other people will be. I'm a cheap bastard and usually use Buildcraft anyways for pumping my lava. At least early on. But, yeah, if you get us a pump, which should be pretty simple.
Yeah, I didn't too far to make sure it works properly.
Yeah, you just gotta fix it. Did we or did we not find out that I could repair my cobalt pick on an anvil? I remember we tested it, but I can't remember if it worked. Or if I had to
It
put...
worked. You should
It did work?
Ton in. You should have put 10 in because your tool is not negative damage.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Since I was nice enough to not tell you before I knocked you.
Yeah. Did you pull one battery out already?
Yeah.
Didn't we have 4 batteries in here?
Yeah.
Okay, because I just pulled one out. So I need to cook this, with us running the ore washer and the macerator, we're not filling up anything. I could turn these bronze boilers back on, to be honest. Oh, did you ever make my 2 hoppers so we can automate the
my
cook oven? Here, let me go ahead and turn these bronze boilers back on. We don't need to be suffering this bad with out power. Need to see if next time Tamara gets on here, if she can party up my nether portal, make a nice walkway to it and surround it so I don't have to worry about getting creepered when I walk in the nether because it's out there in the fucking dark.
I made your 2 hoppers and I placed them.
Okay. Just throw a chest in front of one and on top of the other, and I will come and harvest a bunch of wood. Gonna have to make me a new axe soon. This one's probably gonna break pretty quick. Although I've got it up to sharpness 3, I might just repair it. Hey, pig bitch. Now, question. Have you put any thought into what we are going to do with magma blocks?
Not yet.
Because I just had one idea, but I just feel it's kind of a bad idea, which is that you can put them in a fluid extractor and get stone dust and
I may not have a brain, gentlemen, but I have an idea.
But if you do that, wouldn't cheaty fuckers like XAR just run through the fucking nether collecting as many of them as they can rather than actually trying to pump lava to run a lava boiler? And
probably, but those people just pump off from the other noise, so.
And if so, is it a bad thing if they do? Using this lava stone, it's annoying to collect. It may be annoying to collect, but if I remember correctly, it spawns near where lava is for the most part. And you would want to be getting underneath said lava so you can get netherite. Because that's the only way to get netherite. So I'm guessing you would possibly still do it. The only other idea I had for using it would be like doing, and I don't know how bad this, just thinking about it, this sounds like a horrible lag idea, to be perfectly honest, which is to do a heat exchanger type of thing where you could put it in and basically suck the heat out of it and it would turn to a block of stone. But my first idea was an in-world thing. But if you just did like a heat exchanger that could take items, you could do that and it wouldn't cause block updates. It would just be a machine that runs. Then you wouldn't be creating lava from it. You would just be pulling the heat from it. Maybe that's better. I don't know. Something for you to think about, I guess. Yeah, I think that's more than just... Yeah, that's what I thought. Fuck. And I'm probably going to have to get through that no matter what. Well, no. It's right there. Shouldn't have to get through that. And actually, I would find collecting the magma blocks themselves less annoying than, unless you're against manual labor. If you're against manual labor, I could see where it would be annoying. But wouldn't you just use a robot and just tell it to fuck off and go get it. I find collecting this shit a lot easier than having to go and set up a pump, set up the fucking pipes. Granted, most people wouldn't do the pipe thing. They would just make fucking drums and fill them and bring them back. Probably.
Geez, I bet people would pump another and then use in their tanks to transport the lava.
Yeah. You're right. They fucking would. It's harder to set up a robot than you think, unless you just blast an area. I'm literally thinking of when I set up turtles. You know, Tunnel 50. That's pretty fucking easy. Now, granted, if you're using a better mod, yes, that's probably more difficult. And if you're using open computers, I know the making of the shit is a lot more time consuming. But whenever I think about robots, I just think of computer craft as that's what I'm used to.
No, it seems Computercraft is actually on 118, though it's early alpha was the entire rewrite. Actually added in whole actual computer OS and stuff, like emulated.
Did you say Computercraft or Open Computers?
I meant Open Computers.
Okay.
Open Computers too has like CPU, actual emulated CPUs and stuff you can run Linux on your open computers.
You're gonna get frickin' XAR drooling at the mouth over there if you don't stop. You're literally talking his porn at the moment.
Kind of capabilities, Wi-Fi, etc.
Yeah, you're gonna get him all hot and bothered, motherfucker. You better calm down. You can't hear him. What do you mean you can't hear him? Say something, Trends.
Something.
I can see it lighting up Discord, so on OBS, so you should be able to hear him. Where did you find the information that you're currently looking at? Can you put it into chat?
It's on CurseForge.
He's always too quiet to understand him. Yeah, I understand that. No, give us a link, motherfucker, so I can give it to him.
Okay, send that in Discord.
This XAR is what he was talking about. Apparently they're doing a whole rewrite for Open Computers and making it Open Computers 2. Now, no taking that link to the bathroom. What makes you think I do that in the bathroom? I figured you'd get what I was talking about. I didn't know if anybody else would pick up on that, but I knew you'd get it. 'No. Don't be blaming me for shit. I didn't do it. What'd I do this time? You know what I'm getting blamed for. Oh, sulfur. I've got 2 stacks so far. $45 durability. Ugh. Alright, let's head the fuck back. Where was my hole? I'm currently digging through the entirety of the stone biome looking for the spawn of it in my world. The spawn of what? That item you were talking about that you found? You have the gem I need to make another epic. I have it? How the hell do I have it? Where the hell did I get it? Oh. The hell gem is that? Oh, that's another thing. Can we do that? Some circle thing. We can do that, but we can't do anything with it. I think it's an MV recipe anyways. I have to look it up. But that's another way for us to get sulfur is we should be able to macerate all of our netherrack into netherrack dust, and get sulfur, coal, and redstone out of it. Which I would be all for adding a chance thing, albeit a very small one, to being able to get a tiny pile of ancient debris out of it as well, to make getting netherite a little less painful. Granted, you would have a very slight chance of getting it, or very low chance of getting it, and it would give you the scrap, which you would still need 4 of to make a netherite ingot. It would just make it a little less painful. Don't know how you feel about that. I'd be all for it. Hell, I'd be even for the removal of the redstone from it personally. I never understood the whole redstone is part of netherrack, unless that's just where Greg was pulling out of his ass that the red color came from. I don't fucking know. I never understood that one. The coal, the sulfur makes perfect sense. The redstone, not so much. Since we got all this iron, I'm going to go ahead and start cooking up some of this invar we're going to need. Because we are going to need a fuck ton. Are you still waiting on rubber? Trends. Trends. Somebody pull his string, he's not talking. Apparently that's a yes. He's making a fuck ton of it. Did we nut there some lead? That in the wash so I can make some more battery alloy.
You're there.
the hell did you give me? Seriously, what the hell did you give me? I have no idea what he just threw me. I'm starting to think he can't hear me. He should be able to hear me. I can see myself lighting up in there. He has that damn soft hammer. I'm not going to be able to pull that out of there. Let's do it this way. We'll go ahead and leave and come back and... Yeah, that's what he just did. Did that fix it?
Yeah.
Okay. So what the hell did you give me?
It's a furnace.
Oh, it went in my backpack. I'm going to put it right here for right now. We need to redo the way we have this a little bit so we can automate things a bit better. That means we can get rid of that one now. Alright, that gives me 10 more lithium. Oh, can you believe the gall of some people calling me rude today? What the hell? When have I ever been rude to anybody? I thought I was actually being kind of nice to that guy. I didn't call him a cheap-ass, lazy cocksucker. That would have been rude. You're always rude and usually crude. Oh, in the GTi Discord today, some guy came in, wanted to know how to do New Horizons, and wanted to know how to make ores spawn more. They're already, as far as I know, using the GT5 3x3 thing. How many more veins can you get? And then we were discussing, you know, different options and how dumb I felt it was to be trying to do New Horizons if you're trying to do things easy. That would not be a pack that I would say would be on my list of things to do if I wanted something easy. And apparently he's one of those, I want to play the pack with all the fun things, but I don't want to put in the work and the time to get all the fun things. Which I don't understand why at that point you don't just play in fucking creative. Give me my toys and let me be. Which is what I swear they should name creative. Give me all my toys and let me play.
Honestly, Horizon still like a whole bunch beer pack.
Yes. I don't disagree with that. It is definitely a hold my beer pack. But I guess since I wasn't giving the guy, you know, all the pleasantries while I was telling him he was an idiot, he didn't take it very well and told me I didn't have to be rude about it. I thought I was actually being quite pleasant. What did he want? You to hold the third leg? Pretty much. And the funny thing about it to me was the fact that I didn't instantly go play GT6, which is what I assume everybody assumes I would say to somebody that comes in looking for New Horizons. But that's not what I will do. I would take into account what they're talking about, what they're trying to do, and if he's saying I want easier to find ores and more abundance of them, I'm not going to send him to GT6. He wants something like, you know, I can put down a fucking miner and have all the things. He's not a GT6 candidate. So I actually told him to go play fucking Omnifactory, which is that Omnifactory knockoff for GTCE U. But then he said he played the Omnifactory, which is the Archtech version of the crap. And apparently it doesn't have enough things in it to keep him interested. He wants to play New Horizons because it has more toys. But he doesn't want to work for said toys. I just told him, look, if you're looking for pleasantries, you've come to the wrong guy. This is as pleasant as I get. I haven't even attempted to get rude yet.
How new Highlands has even easier origin in 5U, I guess. Because
It doesn't get any easier to find ores than Horizon. Literally ores in every vein, in every chunk. Yeah, I thought that I had heard that they took away Greg's chance factor. Because in GT5, there is a chance that the ore vein will spawn in air, and you'll get no vein in that chunk. And I heard that they got rid of that. But
yeah, they tried until it successfully spawns again, I think.
Yes.
And that's what we use. That's what I use here in GTi.
Yeah.
Version.
Yeah. You vomit in your ear. Fucking pussies. Correct. They took it away. Every junk has ores. So cheesy. I don't even see in the point in putting them underground. Now I'll say to Trends, the putting it underground part makes more sense here because the underground is so much fucking deeper and so much thicker. But in this case, I can see your point. If you can just walk out, dig down, find a thing, it takes the fun out of that part of it. Now, granted, XAR would love that because XAR hates the challenge of finding the veins. He doesn't mind mining the veins, he just hates the whole finding them. So knowing that you can just dig down and have thing would be right up his alley. I absolutely hate it though. I think there should be a little bit of challenge to it. Spending 200 hours looking for that one vein. Nope. See? Told you.
Okay, veins. When we go to the end, I have to look at veins there because I think macro is fine to common or something.
Okay. Your words in my ears did not agree with that. I thought you just said we had to end, but you said you need to look at the end, right?
Yeah, when we go to the end, we need to look at the ores there because I was thinking that macro would be spawning too commonly.
Yeah. And with there being so much more stuff in the end, Naquita should be spawning less frequently, not more frequently, because there's more chances of getting it. Yes, something in GT6 needs to be different, even with a magnifying glass. It's a pain in the ass. See, I disagree with that. I'd rather put my dick in a blender. See, I disagree. I like the GT6 way of doing it, but remember, I enjoy playing TFC, and that's where the whole looking for rocks things came from. Before that, Greg had the 3x3 bullshit. So I would much rather what we have in GT6 than I would have the fucking GT5. And I think there's just far too many rocks on the ground. I disagree. But I've been playing in here where there's literally no rocks on the fucking ground. Other than what you're looking for. So you literally don't have to look. All you have to do is go, oh, there's a rock, there's something here. Let's go see what that something is, and you're done. There's no looking. There's no hunt. It's just go find rock, dig, fuck down. Where I prefer the GT6 style, where it's more like, not genealogy, that's ancestry shit. Geology, where you actually have to go in and check the rock. And you may have to go through 100 different rocks before you find that one rock that's going to give you information. I like it that way. And you can literally just go smack the fuck out of rocks with a magnifying glass. It's not difficult. And for a... What?
I mean, me personally, I was doing rocks like that and make it so that rocks with ores would have like a different texture. They won't tell you what ores they'd have different texture.
Oh, see, in GT6, every fucking rock on the ground looks identical. Everyone looks like a stone button, basically. They're different shapes and oriented differently on the block, but they're all the same fucking color. They all, when you use Walia and look at it, say like rock. But then when you pick it up, then it'll be either meteorite, flint, rock, or a mineral-bearing rock. And it can be any rock depending on what the top layer of stone is. Now, don't get me wrong. I would like it if Greg added a... You not give me back my damn red steel, motherfucker? I gave that to you to show you, not keep. Bitch, steal my reds. I worked my ass off for that shit. You ain't keeping it. Fucking red steel, baby. I will be enchanting the shit out of that one and stuff. Wait till I get it done. That thing cooks slow. Can you make me like 3 tin wires? 3 tin cables? You have to remember you have 12 hours per day to walk around picking up rocks. A lot of people have to work, so only have 2 hours to pick up rocks. I don't have 12 hours a day that I spend picking up rocks. In 2 hours, I can have every vein in a reasonable area marked out. I've done it. You can go back and watch one of the streams where I started out fresh. In 2 hours, you should be able to find copper and tin. And some way of getting iron. Because iron you don't have to prospect for. The only thing you're looking for is copper and tin. Tin you shouldn't be looking underground for. You should be looking in mountain areas for that. Way fucking easier. And copper you can usually find in mountain areas as well. You don't need a fucking magnifying glass to find that. You also have 8 years of experience on knowing where to look for certain rocks and what rocks you need. I'm just saying you have certain advantages. Okay, you've got me there. I do have certain advantages. But I have put in the work to get those advantages. And you have an advantage that I don't have. You have me sitting right fucking here that you can go and say, hey, where do I find blah? What rock does it spawn in? If you're using my pack, you also have the GT6 or Gen Helper fucking mod I hate that tells you all this information. You also have the GT6 help channel in Discord where you can ask. There's plenty of people other than me that pipe up when people have questions. Now, granted, I don't want you filling the fucking GT6 help channel with what rock does this spawn in. That would piss me off, but oh hell no, I don't ask you anything unless I really have to. But you have that option. And if your questions and comments were strictly about GT6 shit, you would get much better answers. But you shouldn't have to ask me. You should be able to use the GT6 helper mod to figure out most of that. Alright, I just threw in another stack and a half of sulfur to start running so you can have more sulfur.
Okay.
And also, I can't remember if I actually said this or not. There's more sulfur in there if you've got more rubber. I'm all for what Boris was talking about the other day of putting in seismic ways of finding veins. I'm all for that. I would be all for Greg adding the prospecting thing to GT6 that we had in GT5. As much as I hated that way of doing shit, I'd be all for it. And also, you do know that Buildcraft exists. You can make a Buildcraft mining well and just take it out and let it dig down too. It doesn't take that long. And then you'll know what's right below you. I wouldn't do it in GT6 personally, but it's a thing you could do. Alright, do you need to turn this back on? Why in the fuck do we not have steam in there? It doesn't accept when it's turned off? Or are we just not getting any steam down that way?
I don't think we're getting steam down that way, that's all.
Okay. Yeah, this thing's running about flat out right now, and so if we keep the centrifuge off and stuff for a minute, it should start building up. The ore washer takes most of the power. Macerator should be, yeah, 2 EU a tick. For the macerator, it's pretty low on power consumption. But the ore washer is expensive as shit if it was done right. Yeah, 24 for that. And centrifuge. Centrifuge only says it takes 2. 5, 2. It seems strange. Whoa, what'd you do? Trends? I'm not dropping frames, so I didn't get kicked off the internet. Hold on. Server still says it's up. Okay, but my pack just crashed. Minecraft crash reports. Today is 7/10. And rendering screen Java Lang array index out of bound exception. Index 4 out of bounds for length 4. Apparently a recipe in the centrifuge is what crashed me, because that's what I was looking at the time that it happened. Hey, Ilrith, what's up, man? Long time no see. And no, we did not mess with UU Matter, Mass Fabricator, any of that stuff. No problem. What is it that you're thinking there's a discrepancy with? Something being too easy or something being too hard? It's the NEI shows that it takes 256 EU a tick, 1 amp, which is in by itself fine, I guess. Well, hold on a minute. Since I gotta load up this pack anyways, I have where the fuck is it? GT 507, there it is. Let me load this one up and look. Thing is, even with one full HV, it doesn't run consistently. I had to run 2 amps of HV. Well, 2 amps of HV would make sense depending on how long of cable you have between it and the battery. No, that is not Dan, that's Elrith. Buffer connected directly. Okay. I'm loading up the version that is not mine right now, so I can look and see what it says. No problem. But I know that's not something that we fucked with, so it should be the same. The fact that it only says it takes 1 amp is strange, though. Yeah, I didn't think you had either, but you never know with the lenses and all that. Hey, those lenses are fucking stupidly grindy in regular GT5U. The fact that you have to have an exquisite to make a freaking lens is just dumb. And hey, did you notice the buells in the blast furnace don't take you an entire stack of silicon? That was one of the things we changed too. Silicon is silicon. You don't need an entire stack just because you're doing something better for one buell. That was one of the dumbest things they did that I disagreed with. Bear 989 is a silicon. Shut up, I'm no synth. Silicon. Not silicone, silicon. There's a difference. One is an element, one is a lie. Silicone is a lie, unless it's used for waterproofing. If it's used under the skin in the form of boobs, it's a lie. Yes, one is an element, the other is a lie. That's exactly what I said. Silicone purely lies. All right. Coming back in the server, but that other pack is now up, so let me switch over to my desktop view and we'll take a look at that. You sound personally slighted by this. Nope, I just like the natural look. I'm not into the whole all boob must be circle dome thing. Nothing wrong with a few hangers and bangers. Okay. You motherfucker. I hate being in test worlds where I have cheats on. Mass fabricator. Is that what you're seeing as a recipe? Well, there you go. That's normal GT5 view then. No, it should not be doable with an LV machine. It's 256. It is, trust me. You're pumping 9 amps of LV in, and that works? That so should not fucking work. And there shouldn't be a mass fabricator at anything less than HV. If there's a mass fabricator less than HV, that's their fuck up. Basic mass fabricator. Holy fuck. Yeah, these two should not fucking belong. If I can find somebody that can code that isn't currently busy or isn't against coding in 1710 or isn't scared away by GT5U code, I will have that fixed in my version. There's a lot of ifs in there though. Because trust me, when it comes to GT5, there's a lot of people that won't touch that fucking code. That's a very small Venn diagram. You are correct, sir. The chances of getting that fixed is slim to fucking nil. But if I can do it, I will do it. Because there should not be a mass fabricator below HV. And you sure as hell shouldn't be able to feed that motherfucker that much. It should at least take a stack of transformers below it to do it. Alright, man. Take it easy. Alright, you got tons of fucking sulfur. I'm doing up another stack and a half to put in the centrifuge right now. I take it you're doing a lot of red alloy right now. You need me to wash up some more of this redstone? We got 350 sitting up there waiting.
I already got some done.
Okay. See, I'm literally just throwing things in that I have laying around right now, so it's not a big deal if you need it. So, you know what? I just closed that damn thing down. I should have looked at... Remind me when you have time that you want to look away from your refactoring this week, so we can take a look at the centrifuge recipes. You got to figure out what that crash was, but also I'm thinking they're a little cheap, honestly.
Well, I actually based the current ones off of GT5 view, at least for like centrifuging stuff out of them in pure dust.
Oh, okay. Well, then I was wrong. But you do have to figure out what the fuck that crash was.
Yeah.
And I always thought the centrifuging was more than 2 EU a tick. I didn't realize it was that inexpensive. Man, I'll be happy when we can set up a fucking filter and a boxinator for all these damn tinies. Not a priority at the moment, but it'll be nice.
Oh, that's a bug.
What'd you find?
You can disable a workbench.
You can disable a workbench.
I don't think it has any effect on it.
That's funny.
But it is wasted your tool.
Hmm. Well, as my old man would say, gotta watch where you put your tool, young man. Don't just go sticking it anywhere. Actually, I take that back. My old man wouldn't have said that. He completely was against that idea. That would be more my saying, I guess. Anytime I gave the old man shit for being bald-headed, his comeback was, well, if you had rubbed your head against as many headboards in this town as I did, you wouldn't have any hair up there either, motherfucker. Well, this might be true, but have you seen some of the things you betted in this town? He wasn't picky. Let's just say.
You know, when you said my tone, I thought immediately went to, you know.
Yeah, that's where it was supposed to go. That was completely the meaning of that.
About your gift.
Ooh, I like gifts. I'm giving myself a gift right now, so your gift has to wait just a minute. Not that I don't appreciate it, but I have a red steel pickaxe. It took it a month, but I got it. Alright, and I'm just going to throw that bitch right there for right now. And probably next time we're on here, I will change all this shit around a little bit so we can automate shit a little bit better. Also, you know, like getting the fucking electrolyzer out of the damn corner. Oh, does that noise say we're, yeah, we are. You turn the sifter back on so I can get some lapis. Why a no go? There we go. Now it's turning on. Alright, so that means we can get rid of this bitch. Another steam machine bites the dust. And I am seriously not worried about the compressor right now. You do not need to remake that. The sifter, yes, we definitely want to get the sifter remade. And probably the hammer. Compressor and extractor, not real big on getting them done. And somewhere, well, currently right now, other than the sifter, I would say have fun, take a day, make an assembler. Because that's what we need to get the EDF. Well, we technically don't need it. It just makes it a whole hell of a lot easier and less work on our tools.
Also makes it easier to make cables too.
Yeah. And actually, if you make 2 assemblers and a fluid extractor,
Also, I actually gotta fix the extruder recipes. Apparently everything is LV. Again, should soft mills also be LV? With tin. And
I gotta do an old man break. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And I heard the steam fucking off, but these boilers, yeah, we got at least 2 of them that are over. You want to try this thing again and see if it'll turn on? The macerator's not running. The centrifuge is not running. Only the ore washer is running. And it's literally going to be done in a matter of minutes. So, go ahead and see if you can turn that bitch on. If it'll run. Hopefully. I do have 3... Oh, fuck. I only got 28 levels. Fixing up that other pickaxe took a lot. Let me go see what I'm even going to get at 30 here. Silk Touch. Which is not going to do me a damn bit of good. But if you end up doing the thing where we can get better quality gems by having Silk Touch, I think I'm going to go ahead and grab it. Did you make those LV cables I needed so I can make these battery things? I might have asked that when you couldn't hear me. So, can you make me some LV cables? I need 3.
You mean 10 cables?
Yes.
Oh,
10 cables.
didn't I make them and throw them to you already?
If you did, I don't... You made 4 wires. I just now seen them. I need cables. I need rubber to put on them. We got any rubber left?
Yeah, we have some rubber.
Shit, why did I only do 2? I literally said I need 3. There we go. I should have done 4 just because, well, now there's 1 wire with no fucking cable. But who cares? Fuck am I looking for? There we go. Now to give us 2 more batteries. Alright, there's 2 more batteries in there to start filling. Do we have any more lithium tinies in here? Gold, antimony. Yeah, that's lithium, but not enough. Damn. I think I only need 1 more lithium to make that last one. Lithium, graphite, rock salt, iron, nickel. Yeah, I think that's going to be it for that. And we got 1 lapis out of there already. And it looks like even though it's filling those batteries, it's still got enough steam at the moment. Since we have no machines running, and I'm going to leave all the boilers off. They only have a little bit of coal left. We're just about done for the night. That way we'll run out and they can just finish filling up the batteries. I'm going to take these two down to the same amount we have in there. And then when we come back tomorrow, I'm going to basically redo almost everything in here. Two more red steel. I get that third one out of there. I'll make me a red steel axe for cutting down trees, because I want to keep this steel axe I have, since it has sharpness, which we still got to discuss the fact that steel axes have sharpness, but blue and black steel don't. Well, blue, black, and red. If they're better versions of steel, they should have the same enchant, shouldn't they? Or even a better version of it. Oh, hey, there's some spodumene right there. Oh, that's purified. Yay, more cobalt. Fix my pickaxe a little more, which I need to stop doing. And we're out of steam again. Alright, turn it off. I'm taking the lapis out. I've got 4 of them out of there. That's good enough for right now. I'll go ahead and tomorrow we'll make a LV sifter. I'm going to take these steam machines and like put them up here so we don't have them stretched out so far. We'll just completely get rid of that bronze one and make an LV one instead. That and that is going to cost me 16 levels. That's going to cost me 17. Alright, that's what it's going to be then.
There's one thing I find annoying about Minecraft's power system is it just gets cost more and more levels, and eventually it becomes too high.
Yeah, but normally you can get around that, or at least you could in 1.7.10. I used to get around it by just making another pickaxe of the same type and using the old pickaxe as the second part of the anvil, and then it didn't cost as much to put it on a brand new pickaxe. Because you weren't fixing the same pickaxe, you're making a whole new pickaxe just using the enchants from the old one. That's how I used to do it, to get around that bullshit. But yes, I most definitely hate it. Alright, I'm taking out all of the charcoal because we have filled all those batteries up. And I'll just throw something into wash to use up the rest of the steam that we're having made. Let's go ahead and just wash this salt in case I want to make some more sodium batteries, since I don't have a whole lot of. We also have some lapis here. I'll throw that in as well. I'll throw this up here for right now. And damn it, remind me next time that we've got a ton of redstone that we can start washing. We need to start washing that shit. I'm also making a drawer up here for fucking sticks, because I have so damn many of them. I think we did pretty good today. We've got 5 lithium batteries done. You managed to get furnace, smelter, centrifuge, and macerator all made. I'd say that's some pretty damn good progress for the day. Spring. I may go, since my sleeping is weird again because it's summer, I may go ahead and do a mining stream sometime this week. Go down there and mine up a whole bunch more of that salt vein. That way we can get all of those batteries changed out. Because we are going to need a lot of battery power to run our first aluminum when we get that well, you remember in GT4 R where we had to set up like 3 LV battery buffers to run to get the aluminum?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hey, Timmer.
Well, speaking of stuff related to the blast furnaces and stuff, you can now, I think it was a centrifuge electrolyzed graphite. I don't remember which one it was, but you can do one of those.
Oh, you're talking about the arc furnace?
Graphite.
Oh, what about graphite?
No, I think it was centrifuge, I think, or is it? Drive.
Oh, it's supposed to be electrolyzing it to carbon, not centrifuge.
Yeah, electrolyze them. You can electrolyze it now.
Yep, I see that. 60 EU takes MD electrolyzer to do it. 240 ticks. Yep, looks good. And we're going to need a piece of that to make our arc furnace. That's why I thought you were talking about the arc furnace. Was the fact that we needed a piece of graphite for that, because that's the graphite electrode. I'm still not sure why it takes a dust. I'm guessing because Greg wanted to be lazy and not add a graphite ingot or a graphite rod just for that one single use. And then we got 13 more regular steel done. So that'll give you enough to hopefully start on the assembler, which I just thought about it. For the sifter, you need the assembler, don't you? For the actual LV one. Item frame. Oh, yeah. This has that weird crafting recipe of zinc foil around a iron plate you never got rid of. Instead of the raw carbon fiber and zinc foil, which is in the assembler, but it should also be steel fine wire or steel wire so you can do it in LV, because raw carbon fiber, well, you only need an autoclave to make that. Is there a way of getting diamond dust will get us carbon. That one's 90. We can't do that one. Yeah, literally the only way of getting carbon in LV. Oh no, they're not in order. Never mind. Charcoal dust to carbon 30 in electrolyzers. So we can get carbon. We can also do coal. That is a weird recipe. Why did they do 2 coal to 2 carbon? Why is it not just 1 coal to 1 carbon? That is strange. Lignite 4 to 3. Now see, that one makes sense because it's a odd number. So yeah, we can get carbon, so we can do the carbon fiber. Because you don't have steel fine wire, do you? Oh, you got platinum, copper, electrum, titanium, gold. Cover type fine wire? What the fuck is that? It's not even craftable. Why is it a thing?
I'm not sure what it is exactly.
Okay. Well, you don't have a steel one, but I don't think you need a steel one. Since we can do the carbon fiber, we'll just stick with the carbon fiber. It was a thing in GT5U, but that's one of those, your choice if you do it. I don't think it's necessary. Alright, so it is after midnight. I've got the blast furnace stocked up out here with another 20 iron to make a steel. I do have my red steel to make my axe real quick. So let me get that done. No, we're not blaming Bear. Bear didn't do it. Okay, so apparently a red steel gives you smite 3 rather than sharpness.
I think that's from GT6.
Oh no, GT6 gives you like 6 enchants. You
I know,
get.
but I mean, the enchantment for it still specifically is smite. The others are, you know, the whole attacking
Smite is gold. You're just not doing the multiple ones like Greg did in GT6. Greg gave you tons of them. Do I have a GT6 pack I can load up quickly? I don't know if I have one I can load up relatively quickly, but let's just try here. Well, screw it. I'll just load that one. I need to get coke ovens packed up anyways. Motherfucker. Motherfucking creepers. Bitch, I got an axe with your name on it. Shoot your bullshit at me. Boy, I'll put the hurt on you. You heard nothing. Alright, coke ovens are packed up and ready to go for the night. So, Tamara, you think we're going to be able to get Junior's face out of his brick and actually do something normal tonight? Yeah, me too. I have no idea, but I'm hoping. Get that boy to do something productive other than sit and stare into a brick talking about how pretty a fucking tree is. I just can't believe how much issue it was having trying to do Minecraft today. We tried that before he did that forest shit. That was no bueno. Not gonna happen. Not until maybe we get a better computer or something. Alright, so that's it. I'm out of here for today. Y'all have a good one, and I'll see you tomorrow.